Hello, guys. We'll see how long it takes for the Apollo aspect to come out today. Hopefully in my stream time frame, otherwise I'm going to be very disappointed. I do not know when it usually comes out. I haven't kept up with the last two. Wait, where the fuck am I? I thought I was in the middle of a run. What is this? Oh, fuck. And as expected, the queue is long at this time. I think it took like 7 or 8 minutes yesterday. Hopefully not any longer than that though. I don't really like these black and white levels. They kind of hurt my eyes a bit. Almost feels like there's a weird filter on them. But I also have very sensitive eyes. I'm not feeling the Hades. I'll get him out.
Select your god.
I'll start with an Afro game. I'm so tired today, man. I actually woke up at a pretty decent time today as well. I shouldn't be tired. I just am. I'm against Odin, I guess. No, maybe it's Odin support. It's gotta be Odin support for that team. Could maybe be Ra. I see some people do that. Even though I don't think it's good. I don't think I mind playing against Odin though as Afro all that much, as long as I have Shell. Alright. What do we have? Susano is definitely probably going to be my main problem in this game.
Enchanting.
That's tough. It is Brawl solo, okay. I'm okay with that. Granted, I somehow think Odin would be easier to deal with. More annoying, but easier. Because Ra is gonna win the push. And I feel like in terms of ganks, The slow is gonna be quite annoying. But we'll see what happens. I think jungle, like, they're almost gonna roll this game. If he gets a lead, anyway.
Minions have spawned.
Hey, wait!
I think I left too late. I fucking did. Damn it. One too many autos. Not that it matters, I guess. He did the same.
Embraced by divine renewal. Your middle tower is under attack. And the rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been
Good
slain.
at least.
By divine renewal. Your middle tower is under attack. Bask in celestial restoration.
I'm getting some annoying frame drops. I usually do it in my first game, while the game is rendering. It's kind of annoying.
Your left tower is under attack. Bask in celestial restoration. Illuminated pyramids. And the rain shall wash them away. Renewal. Very good.
Hey, you're welcome.
An enemy has been slain. Out of mana.
Damn. Missed. Feels like this game is gonna be over sooner rather than later.
Be careful left.
I gotta shape up.
The rain shall wash them away.
Clapping over there.
Oh my gods, love it.
Let me remove you real fast. Don't need those cheap viewers.
On my way.
Your right tower.
Everyone knows I love the expensive ones. I don't want the cheap ones.
Bask in celestial restoration.
Oh, I had to try.
Gank middle lane.
Ultimate is down.
It's just too easy to miss that fucking ability.
Retreat.
And juke it.
An enemy has been slain. Bask in celestial restoration.
I might die still. I do have shell.
Yeah.
Ultimate is
On my way.
Fabuloso!
Plate. Help.
I'm surprised this is as one-sided as it is.
Set up an ambush here.
Sure.
That sucks.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, it needed to have actually ulted. That would have been kind of cool. Can you stun 3 ult and then get another 3 off before the stun? I don't think you can. You can't do it exactly when the stun is still active, because you're going to be locked in animation for too long. But you can get very close to it, yeah. It just wasn't up at the time, I think. Maybe it was. I think I stopped doing it because it wasn't instant. So you couldn't do it in just a stun.
On my way.
But yeah, as I said, you can get very close to it.
Whoa, sorry.
Be careful there.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Gank left lane. On my way. Gank left lane. On my way.
I might be an asshole and gang around between towers. I'm actually gonna do it. Because I do think I can one-shot him. Oh, he just fucking TP's. Never mind.
You got thunderstruck. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Embraced by divine renewal. Eclipsed in radiance.
Okay.
Lead enemy down.
Back off.
The rain shall wash them away.
I think a part of me probably also just holds on to the ult,
Yeah, buddy.
just in case that I don't need it. I think right there I could have probably just double 3'd him.
Yeah, buddy.
Your team has destroyed a right
Yeah, you can change the how the raw blindness, like it's a sensitive thing. I have sensitive eyes. When it just turns white, it feels like you get flashback. So you can do it in the settings. You can just turn it off so that it goes black instead. It's not as hard on the eyes.
The enemy team has destroyed the goal. An enemy has been slain. Help! Thanks. Bask in celestial restoration.
Did you?
Pyromancer has arrived, and the rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, I'm Afro gaming. I had to play something easy in my first game to warm up. And even if I wasn't playing Afro, my team has kind of been smacking everyone else. So I don't think it would have mattered what I picked in this game. The result is the same.
Be right back.
I think I gotta go Chronos Pendant. Cooldown is just too valuable on her.
Be careful. Out of mana. Attack the fire giant!
They start zoning? Damn. Doesn't really matter if he's not getting his own buffs though.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. The enemy has been slain. Bask in celestial restoration.
Shields. I think we got him. Unfortunate. Clutch right heal.
Shadows from whence I came. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful, right.
I think it depends on what's full damage solo it is. Like, you can come out of solo and be like,
Your team has destroyed. Hasta la vista, amigo.
I don't know.
Your middle
I
tower
mean,
is
in
under
the current
attack.
meta, I think you are right. But I think the bigger risk of going for a full damage in solo is that you can easily get ganked. Because there's almost zero chance, if the jungler / solo are good, that you will survive a gank as a full squish. Just yoink that. tower. Okay. Then I'm leaving.
Gank left lane.
I just think my general thoughts on the current meta for solo is that
Your left
if you
tower
want
is
lane
under
pressure,
attack.
going tanky is still better. But if you're playing for late game, you should just go for full damage. Or at least hybrid. Because there's 0 point in going full tank right now. It feels terrible. You're not really that tanky late game.
The rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
The fact that they have a surrender to me is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to me, because why not?
Attack the Gold Fury.
Completed. Attack middle lane.
Nah. Help.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill. Oh, yes! An enemy has been slain.
But yeah, you're definitely right. Like, unscathed soul laners that build full damage will definitely become a problem later, yeah. But I think that goes for any lane, right? Like, you're gonna just have an ADC solo farm, and yeah, I mean, they're also gonna become a problem. You don't really want to give any, like, damage dealer too much.
Your team has
Free time.
destroyed a left enemy tower.
I think mages, though, especially right now, are real rough to deal with the late game. Because they just have so much burst. Like, int items are just really good.
Victory.
But the same thing goes for crit. If you get an ADC to the point where they have Rage, Demon Blade, and Deathbringer online, you're not a frontline anymore. And you're not gonna have a very good time. Yeah, that one was a bit unfortunate in terms of matchmaking. There was not really much Susano on the enemy team could really do there. Just not enough people playing the game just yet at this time of day. For a good queue, I guess. Either that or we're just outside of it. That might be a good queue going somewhere. Somehow I did not expect to win that though. I don't know why. Do we actually know when the Apollo aspect is gonna arrive? I haven't kept up with their schedule with Kali and Guan. Like, they come out at like 4 or some shit. Next week? Well, it's supposed to be today, right? Isn't it supposed to be today? I believe so, yeah, because Guan came out on a Monday, just like Kali as well, and their aspects, they're just slightly delayed. I'm pretty sure the aspect is today, it's just I don't know what time it is. They've done that for the last, like, 2 releases. With Kali and Guan, they come out on Fridays. But I don't know if it has a specific time, or if it's just at some point, whenever they're able to. Yeah, it's May 23 today, so yeah, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I definitely hope, like, for a second you did make me question it, because the only reason I'm streaming today is for the Apollo aspect. I was just gonna fucking chill today otherwise. I have other games I want to play, but I'm very interested in the Apollo aspect, so I want to try it. I mean, I do want to play Smite. It's just as per usual, I am a bit burned out on the current state of the game, so I kind of just want to play the new stuff if it's fun, like Apollo. Yeah, I've been running Apollo solo as well. I do think it's quite fun. We'll see, though. I mean, right now, oh, we'll see if it makes him better or not. I think for support, obviously, I think it will definitely work out. For solo, I think it still remains to be seen whether the, like, with or without aspect is actually better. Because I found a build that I really enjoy without the aspect that wouldn't work with the aspect. Or there was just wouldn't really be any point in going for it, because you do want the one to be scaled, you know? You want to actually use the ones in some way, shape or form. And I would have to build health items to really make that work. So I have a build in mind I really want to try. But yeah, as mentioned, remains to be seen if it's actually good. Fuck you, no fuck you, man. What? Why fuck me? What are we doing? The squad punishment. Dude, I still need to remove that. I don't want people to waste their points at the moment. What's the point of me doing them if it's not on screen, you know? I haven't really used my cam in a while. You don't want points? Fair enough. But then I can always make something different, you know? Something that's actually worth spending the points on. Because right now they're just being thrown into the wind with that one. Because I don't really do that at the moment. I'm too lazy. And now that summer is around, I don't want to sweat more than I already am going to. I don't need that. I don't want to sweat with a headset on. That feels disgusting. During the winter, it's fine. Because I need it. I'll try and figure out something else to just waste the points on. I just don't know what. Most people suggest like sound alerts and stuff, but like I feel like that stuff gets annoying pretty fast. Right. What am I banning here? I don't want to play Afro again. Let's get that out. Use as a patch or hotfix before they finish their work and close off for the day. Yeah, I'll try and keep an eye on their Twitter. to see if like when they tweet it out, because they usually tweet out when the aspect is live. And I ask that you guys do the same, because sometimes it doesn't always pop up in game with the whole a new update is available, a newer version is available, or some shit like that. It's not always popping up on my client.
Select your god.
Hades. I guess I'm just pulling out all the nasty gods for now. It's hard when you're first pick because you have all the good options available to you. Like if they ban Hades there instead of Aladdin, I pick the Aladdin. If they ban the Aladdin and the Hades, I pick the Kali. It's just a lot of it is also that I just don't want to deal with those gods. I'd rather just play it myself. Because that shit is so unfun to deal with. It's live? Wait, what? I just logged in Hades! How do you know it's live? Well, it's been in jungle practice since Monday, so that's not a good example. I've been using it since, but it's not in the actual game. Like in online matches. If you want to see if it's in-game, go to Apollo's, like, Oops. Oh, did someone dodge? Wait, what? I'm gonna show you right here. If you don't know if it's in the game or not, you look here. Okay, it is. It is in the game, because now it shows. Before the last game, I checked and it wasn't. Okay, it's in the game then. Put that shit on. I'm going for Apollo then. Thank God someone dodged. Wait, did someone dodge? Because I picked Hades? I knew I was right. Yeah, I've been having fun with it in practice mode, because I've been testing builds and stuff. So I knew it's been in practice mode since Monday when Apollo came out. It just wasn't available to use in games yet. So, I mean, I'm happy you're right. This benefits me as well. Thank God, it's out earlier than later. I was about to show you. Like, look, it's not out yet. It still says coming soon. It fucking didn't. That shit's out. That's crazy. The mouse fucked when it was 3 seconds late. Didn't mean to dodge. Fair enough. Yeah, don't worry about it. Actually, you did me a favor. Because hopefully I can play Apollo now. Someone's gonna yoink it from me now, though. It's like, oh shit, it doesn't say coming soon anymore. That's crazy. No, that's great, actually. I should have checked before the match anyway. To see, but I guess they're late on tweeting then, because it ain't on the fucking Twitter. I believe, right? Let me just check. Refresh. No, they have not tweeted about it, but apparently it is out, I guess. Dude, if I pick Apollo now, and it doesn't let me take the aspect, I'm gonna be so pissed. Good dodge. You win on anything? I believe you, Snotty. Unless you're against my on her, then I win. So far, 100% of the time in Smite 2. Can you see the aspect thing when you hover? You mean in just in? I mean, just on gods here. We can just go back. You can see it now, but before you couldn't. This wasn't here a game ago when I checked. It just said coming soon. Now it is here, so I assume it's in the game now. In match lobby, only if it's available. But yes, you can see it. Well, actually, when you hover, maybe you can. I don't know about that. You might be right. I only see it when you log in, but I'm actually not sure now that you mention it. I don't think I realized if it's a hover thing or if it's a login thing. The shield is small, but let's be real. Like, the fact that it already has a shield is already something that I dislike about it. We don't need more shields in this fucking game. We already have too many shields. And they just added another one. Like, shielding is fine, but Shell is so oppressive. Selflessness is so incredibly broken for some reason right now. Like, we don't need more, man. These shields are fucking ruining the game. Just launch the game with aspect. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad that you can confirm it. I expected as much when you can see it on Apollo now, but I'm glad it actually works that way too. That's great. Hopefully I get it then. If I don't, I'll just play fucking Hades, I guess. Actually, maybe I dude, I just gotta pick an ADC into the Apollo aspect because he's gonna stack health. I'll just rush Kins. The one game where Kin size is gonna be good. You're banning Hades? Yeah, good. Get him out of there. I see that as a win. I don't need to play him, but I don't want to deal with it, so I'll pick it if it's open. But I would rather play something else. I've had enough of Hades for a little while. I'll ban the Hades and pick Apollo. I'll let you pick Apollo? Yeah. I think you should do that too, whoever it is that's banning on the enemy team. I think it's a great idea. I support it. Ow. Damn it! I've been running here the whole time. I keep turning it on and off. I forgot to turn it back on. I'm in ranked Danger God? Like 5 or 6, something like that. Hades, Morrigan, Mordred, Chalk, Morrigan. I have a lot of the gods people hate on my rank 10s now. But in my defense, they weren't that good when I originally played them, alright? Ban the Afro as usual. Don't need it, don't want it. I like variety, so I tend to not play the same gods all that much. The only one I feel like I somewhat spammed to get to rank 10 was Modred. Because I loved this shit out of Modred when he came out. He was something new and cool. I'll pick the Kali here if they actually don't ban it. That is absolutely not something I want to deal with. Apollo's gonna have to wait in that case.
Select your god.
Okay. Artemis is a jungler, fair enough. She does have a decent kit as a jungler. I had to see it. Like, I don't think her ganks are great unless your ultimate is up. Like, on paper, she's kind of reliant on her ultimate to get a good gank off. Alright, let's see what this aspect, how it feels. I'm excited to try it. I already have my build in mind. I will say, Achilles is not a fun thing. Dude, no way! We're dodging! Stop! Stop dodging! Man. Fucking hell. I was gonna say, Achilles is definitely a bit of an annoying thing to meet when I'm gonna stack health. Because that execute is gonna be like 2k. Yeah, it was such a long queue as well. It better fucking pop faster this time. Has to give 3 bans soon. I still think it's too early for 3 bans. I really do. I think the problem is the balancing, not the bans. There is just too much shit that is like beyond broken that you don't want to deal with. Like that shit just needs to be fixed. It's not because we have too little bans. Like even if you ban all, like if we had 3 more bans, I don't think that would make a difference. Like you're still gonna see Acne going through at times. You're still gonna see shit like Hades maybe go through at times. Aphrodite, Sobek, like Saul, I guess even. Like it's just there's too much shit to ban. There's so much shit to ban. And if it wasn't because tanks were kind of ass at the moment, like Cabrakan is still fucking broken, Thor is still fucking broken. Like there's just a lot of shit. God damn it. That is broken in the game. That's the stuff that's the problem. In my head, anyway. Like, people would just find something new to complain about if we had, like, 1 more ban on each team. Like, you can probably list, like, at least 10 gods in Smite 2 that are just super broken. I still think Anubis is broken as fuck. I hate dealing with Anubis. He's just not as broken and hard to deal with as the rest of them. But you cannot convince me Anubis is not a healer. It's more self-healing than Hercules. I do think Bari is also very, very good. Yeah. I just think her ultimate is absolutely insane, and her damage output late game is wild, because you can reset your cooldowns. Like, a lot of people do make the argument that Bari isn't necessarily ban-worthy, but I don't know, man. I feel every time she gets let through, she's a fucking problem. Like, I think she can be dealt with, but I think I feel the same way with Bari as I do with something like Anubis and Zeus, where I wouldn't mind banning it, but like in the right hands, this shit's broken as hell. And I absolutely despise dealing with it. And hers is even worse because she has the ultimate that can save teammates. But I think if you put someone who doesn't know how to position on Bari, then yeah, I mean, she's not going to be a big problem because she has low mobility. It's kind of the same situation, I think, with Sol now. I think Sol is a fucking gigantic problem if she's on someone that knows how to play her well. But in most cases, she's not a problem, because people don't know how to position in a lot of cases. Yeah, I cannot believe it got dodged and the queue is still long as fuck. 2 dodges, like, how long have I been in queue now? Like 20 minutes? Fuck. Yeah. People came in, saw a bit of Afro gameplay, and then it's been a queue simulator for the past 20 minutes. Goated stream. I will say though, I do think Bari is easier to play than Aladdin. I think someone decent, you know, can still play Aladdin, but it's more in the case of that at high level, all the auto canceling bullshit, like knowing when to go in, knowing when the ultimate is actually good. I think the ultimate now isn't as broken as it used to be, right? Because before it was just no matter who you got into your lamp, you would just kill them anyway, because you have so many bonuses in there. While that's still the case late game, it is not the case early game. I think the skill-based part of Aladdin now is getting through to that late game, mid and late game stages. Because it's actually not that easy to get through with the early game anymore. He's still obviously a good god, but he does fucking no damage early. He's so bad early game. Even whoever you ult at level 5, there's a high chance they're not gonna die. Because you don't do any fucking damage. So, I think it's great for setting up. Like, if you know there's like a gank coming in, and like if I'm playing solo or mid, and I'm playing Aladdin, I'll ult them to you know, to get the 2v1 advantage, but I don't think I'm gonna ult them to try and 1v1 unless they're already low. And I know I can win that trade, because in most cases I don't think that you do. But again, very highly dependent on the matchup, but Aladdin's early game is rough now. Even more so now with the last patch, because he got a big cooldown nerf. Like, your 1 being 13 seconds now is rough. You have to chill until mid-game on Aladdin for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's also the thing of, like, potentially someone not as experienced might ult someone who's very low HP sometimes, and learn the hard way that they definitely should not have done that. Because now they're dealing with a tank at 60% while they themselves are 60%, and they're definitely not a tank. So, that is also very, very much not fun, yeah. I find myself doing that in panic situations. I just need to press something to try and finish off my targets, and then I accidentally ult, just out of sheer panic. And yeah, that's a terrible idea to do as Aladdin. It's the same mindset as when you panic inside of the lamp, and yet the first thing you do is dash towards them, and then you miss it. That's also not good. You should not be doing that. That's horrible. Because when you do that, you're kind of ruining your biggest tool. Like, inside the lamp, your 2 is more than likely going to be your main ability. So you gotta be very careful. At least late game. I think early on, obviously, you're leveling the 1 more than likely, so I think in that case, you probably you gotta use the 1 mainly. And then even more, actually, you shouldn't be dashing into them because your 2 doesn't even do any damage. In general, I just think it's a bad idea unless you know that you can hit the dash early. You should never use it early inside the lamp. It's a bad, bad idea.
Select your god.
Alright, let's see if 3rd time's the charm. If not, then maybe it's just a haste stream today. It's not. I don't want to play haste all the time. It's fun, but I finished it. Now I'm just running around in endless mode. Aspect is indeed live, yes. Haven't tried it yet. It just came live. It's kind of some nasty shit they're picking here, but Fenrir as Apollo is generally pretty easy to deal with, so that should be fine with me. Yeah, I have the aspect on. Don't worry about it. I have it on. But thank you for reminding me, just in case. What does the aspect do? It is essentially a frontline aspect. I think you can support with it probably, but the main things are his 2 now also gives him a shield for some reason. You still gain the protections. It's simply just an added shield. And what it does as well is it changes Audacity, the passive that it gives you attack speed every 10 auto. No longer gives you attack speed, but it will simply give you another charge of your 1. You can have up to 3 ones. You can have 2 in the bank. But as a result as well, it only scales with max HP from items. So, to actually have your 1 deal any damage, you gotta build HP. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's gonna be good or not, because I could see it go like either way. I could see it be broken as hell. I could also see it be absolute dog shit. And I'm kind of leaning towards dog shit a bit more right now, with how frontlines feel. So We will see in this game how it feels. Right, so what do we have here? I mean, I think I just gotta go shell here. I don't want to be forced to, have to be forced to hold out every time here.
I see.
And I'm tempted to do Bluestone because I can reset my 1. That actually might be kind of nice, but I think to start with I want to do Death Toll. It has HP on it. And then I'm starting with Golden Blade, which also has HP on it, and they will help me with my attack speed. Now that I do not have Audacity. Yeah, thank you too now. It would have sucked if I forgot it, so I appreciate it regardless. So I can just show you here as well for the people that want to read it. Like, Audacity now grants free So Beautiful casts, but no attack speed. So that's the one. So Beautiful scales with item health. Lowers enemy attack speed and grants nearby allies attack speed on guard and boss hits. I actually didn't know that. Damn it. There's an attack speed buff now on it? Damn. That's cool. Interesting. But it's, yeah, less base damage. Serenade the 2. Shields nearby allies and protections. Wait, it also now shields nearby allies and protections. Well, it holds. That's a weird phrasing. So it gives protection to allies as well. Damn, dude, the 2 is insane then for team fights.
Retreat.
It's been a lovely party.
Bye.
Yes, it's been a lovely party.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So you see, once my dancing stacks reach 10, I get another stack of my 1. Which is very cool. And that's exactly why I was thinking about going Bluestone. Because if you can do that shit, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it changes icon. It goes blue, I believe. Let's see. No, maybe it just stays this way. It's gonna jump. Dude, you let them stack up and you can poke the absolute shit out of someone. It takes a little while to get online in the beginning. That was close. Yes, you can have up to 3. You have your base one, and then you can stack up 2. So you have 3 overall if you just let them all sit there.
Enemy has been slain.
Early game, he's gonna be very, very good as a result of essentially having extra abilities. It's kind of the Cabrakan thing, where you just have you have much shit to throw at someone early on, and they don't have a response to it because they don't have cooldown yet. You don't really have any abilities necessary to deal with it yet. You just have a lot of stuff to throw on. It caps at 3, yes. You can have 2 in the bank, and then you have your base. Think of it like Cabrakans. You have your normal one, and then you just stack up 1. In this case, you can stack up 2. But once again, it loses value over time because it ends up scaling with health. But early on, like right here, it's gonna have a lot more value because people don't have protection yet. Bit of a rough push there, but right. Like, what is this? 4 people on the blue buff.
You hit like a vegetarian.
Unfortunate. The sad truth about just not having beats. I had to shell in the fight before. Just a tactical retreat. Now I finally have most of my attack speed. Build up my 1 much faster now.
Take this jungle ball. Thanks. See ya. Bye.
So base damage is definitely pretty low, but obviously made up by the fact that you can use them more than once.
Your right tower is under attack.
Gank middle lane. Gank middle lane. Enemy
I think I'm good. It's a bit unfortunate that Bari took the hit there.
Right tower is under attack.
I think next up, also just for sustain purposes, I'm probably just gonna go for Contagion. Good amount of HP, as well as some very good amount of regen. I really don't want it back yet.
Foul ball.
Be bold, that fortune favor you.
Okay. On my way. Attack. Ultimate is down.
I wasn't
Enemy
in
spotted.
range, unfortunately.
Let me have a look at you. Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
Enemy has been slain.
Get me out! No! Ooh, baby.
Like a baby.
Damn, Herc should have jumped in. Maybe he couldn't in time.
Double kill.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yes. No. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Oh, Bulbo. Your middle tower is under attack.
I see all.
Dude.
Ally has been slain.
Come swiftly.
What, Ben? Surely get someone else for it. If we get Acne here, sure. That's great. Boys. Boys.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower.
Fuck, man. That Neath ult ruined everything. I actually survived it. Neath said no. Fuck, I did so little of this too. Fuck it, I'm waiting. At least I have TP.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't think I'm gonna miss any creeps anyway. Assuming that Oni clears the wave. Just definitely a little too arena at the moment.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Triple kill.
Attack the
Huge.
Follow me.
Jaguar.
Follow me.
Damn, I actually just missed my one. Unfortunate. Let's do this next. Like, Nemean has to be good with a build like this. You go full HP, you're gonna end up having like 4 or 5k HP. You have Nemean. Like, how is any ADC supposed to fight against me? Even if they have full crit, there's no way they survive that long enough.
Thanks.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice job.
Damn. Blue yoinked right in front of me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. Enemy ultimate down.
I regret nothing.
I'm happy Odin didn't ult, because I don't have any ways to get out right now.
Enemy missing.
Be right back.
Completed. See ya.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack! Ultimate is down. Completed. On my way. Attacked by a giant. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Yes. Nah. Your team has destroyed the pyramids. Take this jungle buff.
I don't want this shit. It's a waste of space.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
If he dashes.
How?
Stay alert.
I don't know why I fucking help, man. Why am I helping? Fucking savior mentalism. I hate it. What am I doing? I know I was gonna die if I could fucking ring. Granted, I didn't see Neith. So, whatever. Neith did die for this, though. Now Odin too. You know what? Fuck it. Worth. Fine. Let me check the build I had in mind. Where is it? Where the fuck did I put it? Right. Let's grab this bullshit. Because that actually gives more damage too. And I'm spending all my 3 active slots as well.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
I'm gonna have way too much shit to press. I'm gonna definitely forget at least one of my active slots.
Okay.
Oh, easy wrong. I'm a muscle pack.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. An ally has left the game.
See ya.
Damn. Probably a DC. Surprised you don't have Berserker Shield? Well, Berserker Shield isn't good. Like it's not just not a good item anymore. After they changed it. You need a lot of protection rather to have it be worth it.
I'll attack left lane.
Your right
Old
tower
Berserkers
is
I would have
under
eaten up instantly.
Be careful.
Enemy missing.
Absolute fucking hiccup server.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Be careful.
Enemy spotted.
Are we gonna focus me at all? Can we just stop going left though? Like, why are we looking for Odin? I don't understand.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
We got them all firing. That's still worth it.
Retreat right lane.
Well, I'm just gonna try and regen with my HP 5
Enemy
here.
missing middle.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Odin just isn't really worth going on anymore. Like, what are we gonna do if we kill Odin? Nothing, because he's not the problem.
Enemies right jungle. On my way. Set up an ambush here. Follow me.
Fighting. Retreat.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Yeah, let me rephrase. It's not that I think it's bad, but specifically on this Apollo, like, I'm not going protection. I have 1 protection item. The rest is just HP. So I would not get any value out of that item. If you're building full tank, you can definitely get value, but the problem is full tanks just don't feel good to play at the moment. Eventually, I'm pretty sure Berserkers will be very good, yes. But with the current situation of tanks and how squishy you feel regardless of being full tank, just doesn't feel worth it. Their comp is fucking annoying to deal with though.
Completed.
Like, They're so tanky, and we don't have a tank at all.
Fabuloso!
Because we have on her, mainly. Well, it's not that we have on her, it's just that we don't have an actual frontline with me being an ADC, basically, as well as on her then being an ADC. The emoji just feels like she's running the game at the moment.
Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Do we not have shell on anyone but me? With shell on... I don't know why we don't have shell on our support in this case though. I feel like we should have. Because no one can fucking get out of the ring. What the fuck was that building? I already forgot. Oh. Yamoja is just doing so much for them, man. The shielding. Is erosion in the game yet? Not airy. Erosion. No. Still no erosion. That's great. What if I went with Shoguns as well? That also gives some HP. Let me try that. Acne do be hurting.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat! Stay spicy!
I think we can win, but we need to stop getting caught. That's the main thing. I don't think our comp really struggles all that much into theirs. We just have to stop letting the Mojo control it.
Enemies at the fire giant! Absolute ball!
Enemy missing!
Enemy spotted!
Group up!
Enemy spotted!
Enemy spotted!
Yank!
Ward here! Follow me!
Okay. Gank middle lane!
Heavens protect me. Your end comes swiftly.
Enemy has been slain! Like a bear! Like a jaguar! Ooh.
I don't have anything left.
Hasta la vista, amigo!
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Go away, man.
blade. Hope I still got all my parts.
What are we even doing?
Your right tower is under attack.
Imagine 1 CR for the Apollo aspect. It's weird, because I feel like you want everything, but the main thing you kind of need to be useful at all is HP, because your 1 only scales with HP. If you don't have the 1 to do any damage, then you're just useless. So I'm building a mix of HP and a little bit of attack speed in the mix, with Kozari as well as Golden Blade. So I can stack up my 1 faster. Dude, this fucking Neathel has been such a problem for me. That's my bad, I guess. I probably shouldn't have tried to help Poseidon out. He was just out of position. And if I got out... Actually going kind of well in this fight. Hercules doing work. Get this Yemoja for all the pain that she has caused. Oh my god.
Enemies incoming!
Fenrir's back up. I have to chill. I will say this though, I do enjoy this.
Be right back.
Like the chaotic parts of the game is a different situation, but I actually think this is quite kind of fun to play. It's different, but in a good way. I like it. Feels like a gacha game? What, with Apollo aspect? This is what you were hoping for with Apollo aspect. So far, it's a good first impression, but we'll see. I'll keep trying it. So far, it is fun.
Group up.
Your team has destroyed the goal.
Take flight. Heavens protect.
Ally has been slain.
Teba. Salvation. At last.
It's... I'm just shielding, messing.
Have a good time.
Enemy has been slain.
Fuck it, man. We just did 400, 500 damage to me, though.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Nah, this is crazy.
Be right back.
Like, what do I build to be more of a menace? Maybe I go Void Shield, actually. Void Shield might be really nice. But at the same time, some cooldown is also very true. I just don't know what I would go with. I don't like any of these items on Apollo. I'll try Void Shield for now, just as a filler, because I don't want to sit here and look at items. But yeah, I think this works. The aura is nice for my team as well.
Group up.
Mainly for us three frontline motherfuckers.
Enemy missing. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Group up. Contact left lane.
Hold your target. Well, that's
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
attack the Titan. Have fun out there. Defend the Titan. Defend the Titan.
I've baited them out for a long time. Ah, he should have just gone back.
The rain shall wash them
Enemy at
away.
our Titan.
Your Titan is under attack.
Hot stuff.
Okay.
Mistakes happen.
Your Titan is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
They can chase her.
Rain shall wash them away.
The lie.
Dude, I have one reason to not be a huge fan of the Poseidon aspect, and that is just the autos confuse the shit out of me. Maybe it's just the skin, but I feel like I can't hit anything with that. It confuses me which one is the real one, you know? If you're just spamming it. Actually, I gotta buy
Have fun out there. Take one of those.
things.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack middle tower.
Me landing in the middle of the Odin ring though might not have been the best idea.
On my way. Attack the Gold Fury.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Be right back.
Gotta stack my shit all the way up. So I have 3 of them for my fight.
Attack! Enemy missing.
didn't land fast enough for him. How are we just losing to this Fenrir alone, man?
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Get it, Shaka! You get it?
I don't believe we just lost because Fenrir is 1v3ing them. What happened? Like, me and Poseidon just got fully jumped by the rest of their team.
Under attack.
Because we all decided to go mid for Fenrir. That sucks, man.
Oh, what a shame.
That really sucks. Oh well. What gods are you waiting for? Mainly Vamana. Mainly Vamana. Like, a bunch of the other gods I'm looking forward to, just out of just, like, I guess, average enjoyment. But, yeah. Fairly, you were slightly criminal in this game, though. I don't know if I would say it was report worthy, though. I don't really care. Yeah, I mean, I was tanky for a reason, Ram. I had to be. Aspect Apollo needs to be. Otherwise, you're useless. Oh shit, rank 5? Damn. It's clean. Shit, I gotta put it on. There it is. What are the aspect? The aspect turns the 2 into a shield as well as an attack speed. It gives like allies protection and attack speed in the circle itself. And the 1 turns into a, or rather, I should say, Audacity turns into something where it charges your 1 instead of giving attack speed. So I can have up to 3 of my 1s, but it only scales with max HP. So it's a frontline Apollo aspect. You have to build HP to deal damage with your 1, and obviously to survive to give buffs and stuff with the 2. Like, that's why I kept throwing my 1 at you. It's because I kept charging it up. It was very fun though. I will absolutely do it again. I had a good time. Despite the chaoticness of that game. He wasn't named anywhere since the launch in August, so he's definitely not this year. Yeah, I mean, Vamana is not gonna be here anytime soon, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it wasn't missing games apart. I agree. Like, if they're basing God releases on popularity, which they should, I think, then yeah, I mean, Vamana's not gonna be here for a while, I think. I don't think he was that popular.
Select your god.
But yeah, Tuna, I'm surprised. I'm almost surprised at this point that anyone doesn't know that Vamana is probably my favorite god. Considering what most people know me for. But I guess it is a long time ago now. Something for the history books. And what I hope for Vamana is also that they give them an aspect that doesn't make him rely on auto attacks the whole time. I want an ability-based Vamana. That's what I want. I talked about last stream, actually, what they potentially could do, and my thoughts on it. Because they would have to change his ultimate in some way. The ultimate kind of locks him into having to go auto attack to be useful. And I don't necessarily enjoy that aspect of him as much. I think it only got worse with time. Like, Vamana is someone that, with time, kind of just got worse. Like, he had to almost be broken to be useful. Because his ultimate is just either broken or dog shit. So yeah. We will see. Yeah, I miss the old Vamana too. I don't like the new model. But I'll just have to get used to it if I want to play him. Not really much else to do. Or wait for some better skins. But I wasn't a fan of how the new Vamana looked.
A follow.
All I can really hope is that they do release him with a little mana, but I highly doubt they will do that. It wouldn't really make sense. They haven't done anything like that so far with gods. Like, if they're not doing it with Apollo, with his old model, they're not going to do it with Mono. I think the old Apollo model was also better. I just think most of the old models were better because they have more charm. Smite used to have a specific style to it that it doesn't really have anymore. Dude, what is this? Sobek? Sobek. We're playing Sobek now. Do I need beats in this game? It might be a beats game. It's either a beats game or an Aegis game. I always use TSM Apollo, you know, like I had to. I'm just gonna go beats. I want to do the same build again, because I actually think it worked. And I kind of like the passive on this for late game, because not only is it like a literal like percentage heal, it's also a like a non-ultimate like cooldown reduction, and I just think that feels best. Alright. Now I have a cool skin at least. I do like the opal one on Apollo. But I'm going for the radiant one, obviously. Which also looks really cool.
Hi. Woo-hoo! Awesome.
Hello.
Woo-hoo!
Skull! Oh no.
Oh no.
Minions have spawned.
Woo-hoo!
Wow.
Awesome. Awesome.
Follow your heart. Get out, loser. We're gonna own some nukes.
Bellowing roar of sodden trousers give it away.
I gotta leave a bit earlier this time.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oops. Bye.
Back off, bro.
Good, man.
Lost the creep. Somehow that one creep didn't die.
I'll attack.
Thanks.
Gank. Curses. Bye.
Completed.
Bye.
That's unfortunate.
Your right tower is under
He's
attack.
definitely extra tanky too.
left. Enemies incoming.
Jungler might be nearby. Yes, and that.
Ultimate is ready.
Man, you are chock full of surprises!
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack! Curses!
It's unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Still a decent trade, I guess, but unexpected. I didn't expect him to just fucking dive me like that. Could have tried your ult earlier. I just don't think it would have made a difference. Aw.
Oh, easy
Okay. Okay.
Tasty. Completed. Nice job.
Should expect as much by now. With failure on that sport. Not sure I'm gonna go Contagion though into a Sobek. I don't know. I'll probably just do the same, fuck it. Actually, Regen is outside of anti-healing, isn't it? I guess that doesn't matter then. Yeah, still have my tutorial. People have mentioned that a few times. I just kind of forget to turn it off. Because I don't notice it at all. Every time the tutorial stuff pops up, I'm just used to it by now, I guess. I need the help. That's the actual reason.
Fine. Completed.
Careful. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat.
The only thing annoying with this is that when you get a charge during the animation of trying to get your one off, it will just cancel the one you're in the middle of, which is kind of annoying.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your middle tower
I
is
will
under
say.
attack.
That does suck.
Your left tower is under attack.
You have slain an enemy.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack!
That's too bad.
Very good.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's enough. Creep losing for now. Goddamn. Losing so much XP.
Wait! Ultimate is down!
Hello.
Enemy spotted!
On my way.
Okay.
I would say if there's anything on a Paul that might need a small buff though, maybe the ult damage. The ult damage feels like it's dog shit.
Good, man.
Like it's real bad. That shit never kills.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Bye. Be careful!
You're cool.
Tasty. That's real. Back off, bro. Tag, baby.
Ultimate is down!
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought Thor was coming, man. Fuck. Man. I didn't look at the map, I guess. That's so annoying.
Enemy ultimate down.
Sorry. Ultimate is down. Your left tower is under attack. The Pyro has arrived.
Attack right lane.
Blue buff is pretty important. He saved it. What a hero. Oh well. I did get greedy. Like, I could have just beat the Sobek plug. Like, it is not even his fault that I died.
Enemy missing.
But I was trying to bait, obviously, so beating it would have just waste beats. But it's fine, I wasted them anyway. No worries.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hasta la
Bye.
vista, amigo.
Enemies in right lane.
Wait, this also gives me attack speed, doesn't it? No, it just shields me, but it gives my allies attack speed then. Okay.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Tasty.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is flushed.
I was just trying to help.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Oh, hello. Attack right lane.
Help!
No.
Help! Middle lane! Hello.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's the thing, though. I'm pretty sure that it does give protections. It's just to allies. So it doesn't give protection to me, but it does to my allies.
Oh, very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Yes.
Your right tower is under attack.
Right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I just wish my duo lanes knew how to play the game. It's kind of almost a repeat of yesterday, where it just feels like my duo lanes don't know what they're doing. And it doesn't matter who is in it. It's not even based on like
Your
a
middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
like the players themselves. It just seems like my duo lane loses. So there is nothing against whoever is in my duo lane. It is just the role that there's something wrong with lately. Because, like, last time, or yesterday, the same team that would destroy my duo lane one game would then get absolutely destroyed in the next game, just on my team. So, I don't even know. Absolutely cursed role for me for some reason.
Retreat.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Has arrived. Enemies at the gold fury. Be careful right. Enemies incoming. Enemies in middle lane.
Oh, my horrific.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Like, somehow people are dying in mid, and then also they're getting pyro and shit. Like, I just don't understand.
Your middle tower
It
is
just
under
feels like
attack.
such a big skill diff.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Completed. Completed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Where else are we going? Is red up? No.
Enemies incoming.
Gang! Attack! Attack!
Yes.
Yeah, I'm down to surrender to this one. It feels like people just aren't here. They're just mentally out. Like, Uller is legitimately a free kill there. There's no way he should get out. I dash after him, he gets messed again. I miss him there to make sure people catch up.
Destroyed the gold fury.
It's over. If we're not gonna take the small wins and mistakes that they make, then we're not gonna come back anyway.
Retreat!
Ally has been slain.
It's not really much to do in a game like this.
Defeat.
Also, not really a fan of this build in mid. Dual Morp just feels so broken that if you're not building it like first or second, it just feels wrong. Oh well. Tragic start to this stream. Well, actually not a start. I actually won my first game, I guess, but... Tragic start to the Apollo aspect. Can't get a decent game to test it in. Paul gets the protections. Both him and Alice get protections. Okay, interesting. I guess it's just the attack speed that I'm not getting then. Probably also for the better, because otherwise, if you just if you remove Audacity, attack speed, and then give him a different kinds of attack speed, then there's no reason to ever go for the other aspect. Granted, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this aspect is just better on Apollo no matter what. Because right now I actually feel that way. Like you're not building like if you're not playing Apollo for early game anyway, right? But you actually have a pretty good early game with the aspect. And late game you're not building to have your one do a lot of damage. You're building for pure like auto attack, you know. And then sure you lose the attack speed off of the Audacity stacks, but early game you have so much ability damage that you can actually just fight so easily. He also gains the attack speed. Okay, that definitely does not feel intended, because then there's no reason to ever go for the other version. I do wonder if that's just a practice mode glitch though. The problem with Smite 2 is that the practice mode differs from the actual games, so it's so fucking hard to test. I can just test it if I get him again. I just didn't check it before. I just assumed. Or you can you can even just go back in the VOD. You can go and check if I get more attack speed by pressing 2. Should be able to tell. Actually, yeah, you should be able to, yeah, because in the bottom right you can see all these stats. It's not my 2. Well, is the 1 that gives attack speed? Like just the 1? I see. Yeah, I thought we were talking about the 1, my bad. Trying to read as well as playing haste here. Alright. So my 1 buffs my own attack speed, and my 2 buffs my allies' attack speed. Gotcha. Okay, we're on the same page. I hope. Wait, the 1 also does it? Damn, I should have went to check. I was pretty sure my 2 also said that it buffs attack speed inside the range of it. Maybe I'm wrong about that now. I thought it did. Right. Span. It does feel like there is almost no reason to not go aspect. So there's nothing to do with attack speed? Okay. Let's get the haters out. Yeah, it does seem like you want to just keep your 1 going at all times. I mean, with that in mind, I don't see any reason to change my build then. Because Death Toll upgrade feels very, very good then.
Select your god.
I mean, I just go Apollo aspect again. I feel like I was tempted here. Because now he's gonna pick Aladdin. I'm still gonna pick this Apollo aspect over Aladdin, I think. But it's fine. So big again. Don't fucking be solo so big again. So boring. Golden Bay feels weird to me, with second, third items not being heavy defense based, because one is health scaling. That's exactly why I'm going Golden Blade. Because Golden Blade is a way for me to have... it gives me everything I want. It gives me 200 health, it gives me 25% attack speed, and it gives me wave clear. Which, of all things, are perfect for that. That's actually why I started with it, too. Because once I feel like I have Golden Blade online, I can just build whatever. Which is why I'm just going into health. You want to solve unit wave clear? Yes, but without attack speed, that shit takes a long fucking time to get online. 10 autos is a lot if you don't have any attack speed. That means 20 autos just to stack up my ability twice. That's going to take forever. Without having any attack speed at all. It just feels bad. I'm sure you can make it work, but it just feels bad to me. From what I've tested. And Golden Blade is just the best way to get all of those stats in one. There's just... The problem with Smite 2 as well, in just in general with auto attackers, like Amma and Bellona as well, they're a terrible hybrid attack speed items. The only one that was actually good was Berserkers, but that shit was just fucking nerfed to the ground, or shifted, whatever you want to call it. It's terrible early game, because otherwise Berserkers would have been perfect. But now that that's out, the only thing I feel like that's actually worth building on this Apollo build now is Golden Blade. I just don't know if I actually thought about that too. Like, it's definitely good being able to stack it by using abilities, but getting a single stack, like just one stack of Audacity by using an ability on someone else, generally doesn't feel like it's worth it. I would rather save my 2 for something more useful. Like, it's a shield, right? And the protection thing, I would rather use it for when it's actually, you know, needed, rather than use it just to get Audacity stacks. Because it's one auto. It's a single auto. I don't feel like I should use it on people for that. And very rarely are people that close to you to hit 4 people. You shouldn't even be that close to each other, to be honest. That's way too close. I wouldn't risk it. And I'm gonna need beads even more this game because they have a Wheelix this time. Aladdin wasn't picked at all. That's interesting. It was open.
Come in handy.
How exhilarating!
Yeah, so attack speed's slow as well. Base damage definitely low. And duration goes up as well. I mean, I think that, like, they used to be good, like Bellona and like for a little while when Golden Blade like started coming out, like everyone that could build Golden Blade had to go Golden Blade. It's been a bit adjusted now, but there was a time when Golden Blade was really, really good, and you basically had to go for it because it gave you so much pressure. It's not like they have always been bad. There's been a few metas. Can't see, my bad. There's been a few metas where they have been good, but it's been a long time now. Now it's just been pure tanks, and since a few patches now, it's been shifting back and forth between mages and tanks being OP. It's fucking impossible to hit level 2 anymore. I could try and invade, just because I know he obviously didn't have his blue on him here, but I don't want to be a piece of shit, honestly. I hate invading. Just because his jungler didn't start.
No worries. No worries.
First blood.
Enemy spotted. I'm so high now. Enemy spotted. Gank.
Fucking solo big man.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack fire help.
Cancel that.
Your right tower is under attack.
I ain't trying to eat nobody.
Ultimate
Nice
is
job.
ready. Enemy missing middle. That's a bummer.
On my way.
He jumped.
Very good.
Attack. Ultimate is ready. That's a bummer.
Enemy missing right.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back.
I got it back. A lot of shit.
The rain shall wash them away.
Brilliant job.
Let's back off.
Ally has been slain.
That's a bummer.
I'm gonna try boar this time to have some survivability as well.
I almost felt bad for you.
Yes!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think it's kind of like the
Your left tower is under attack.
was it Cupid for a little while? Maybe it's not anymore, I don't know, but the Cupid aspect was just better because it just gave you more bonuses rather than negatives. Even though you did lose some things. I think this might be one of those cases.
Enemy has been slain.
Splendid. Right enemies in the right jungle.
On my way. Attack left lane. Help left lane. Ultimate is ready.
My way.
Retreat.
On my way.
Completed. Do not worry.
Ultimate is down. That's a bummer.
I think they can always do the balancing later, you know? Like right now, just raising a god with something new is, I think, more important than them being balanced. We just need to keep the players engaged.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Completed.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gank. Set up an ambush here.
On my way.
Ultimate is down. Enemy spotted.
That is unfortunate.
Attack fire giant. Ew. Corroding.
Okay. Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yo, get out my...
Hope I still got all my parts.
Be careful left. Enemy missing middle.
Goodbye.
I wasn't so sure about that dive.
That's a bummer.
Like, Like, this is a tanky Sobek.
has been slain.
Your right tower.
I mean, I would be
is
pretty
under attack.
annoyed. Like, I'd pretty much just play the game like what Nika is going through as well. Being constantly ganked is just annoying as fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
And it's almost even more annoying when he's playing stuff like Sobek. Because, like, I mean, he's already a tank. That's like a timer on how long he's gonna be useful. So the fact that you're losing lane as hard as you are because of ganks, just... like, it never feels good. And it's just boring. I think it's the main thing.
Brilliant job.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Don't really have any reason to back.
Ultimate is down. Enemy spotted. Ultimate is ready. That's
Hasta la vista, amigo.
defend the gold, Fury.
Help! We need wards. Tasty.
That's a bummer.
Cancel that. Attack!
The rain shall wash them away.
Forgive this momentary eclipse.
Be right back. Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Don't really want to overstep.
Goodbye.
Your right
Yeah,
tower
I mean, right there.
is under attack.
That's exactly my point.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
On my way.
Remove lane TP? I think I'm okay with lane TPs. I'm not okay with these side TPs though. Just make it the same as in Smite Season 11.
Enemies in the left.
This shit is stupid. I hate them. I just think it's too many. Like, I think either or is kind of whatever to me. I don't mind TPs all that much, but I think too many of them. Like, we have two versions of TPs. I think that's too much. If they removed the like side TPs and then made it in the middle, like where the Warhorn is now and where the buff is on the duo side, and then also removed the TPs to lanes, I would be okay with that. Because I just want one version of TPs in the game. That's it.
Enemy missing left. Enemies incoming left.
Enemies left lane.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
I really thought that was gonna be better. I really did.
That is unfortunate.
Do they have a lot of magic? Not really, I mean... Kind of. Let me try this instead. What are junglers hit level 5 before every other roll? Jungler here, I believe it's because they buffed the XP on the big scorpion in the back.
I'll defend the middle lane.
Delete all assassins. Take Afro with you while you're at it. Remove her. Add Hades. You sure? Still, yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough. I get it. I like the new Hades, but I do think Hades as a god is just really weird and hard to balance.
I'll attack left lane. Help left lane.
You might be right. Maybe the dash, balancing him would be making the dash unusable in the ult. It would just be sad if they had to go that route, because I think the options in his ult is what makes him so fun.
Ew! Corroding!
Attack the gold fury.
I don't really damage him anymore. He damages me more than I damage him.
Ultimate is down!
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful! Enemy missing.
Enemy missing rock.
Until we meet again.
Why are we so deep over there, though? Why we be so deep?
Okay.
Huh?
Greetings to you.
Yay!
Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Attack left lane.
On my way.
Chase the enemy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
They were definitely on fire. There's no way. This is such a sad
Your
call.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemies, left lane.
Okay, if they're not on fire, okay. Surprising. That sucks. I could have stayed and helped them.
Follow me.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
See ya.
Down. I ain't trying to eat nobody. That's too bad.
Yes.
Shit.
A bummer.
Now I'm at the point where I don't know what to build next.
is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I want to get 20, so I can finish my starter at least. I do think that's quite important.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
One day, perhaps this day, I will get punished for dashing for no reason. I can't help it. I think I'll be alright with Boar as well.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing. Enemies behind us.
Man. On my way.
No way, we're not getting the Guan, man.
Retreat! Save yourself!
An enemy has been slain. Hasta la vista, amigo.
What even was that fight, man? I don't know what's happening. What the fuck was that? We're so split.
The rain shall wash them away.
Incoming right. Enemies. Incoming enemies. Incoming right. Ultimate. Incoming.
Why would she do that?
For my life.
Oh, I was about to get real pissed. Like, just get out, please. I'm begging you. Oh my god. I did everything to try and save her there. Just don't break the mess. The one thing. She broke the mess. Damn it. Hello, Nate. What's up, man? Yeah, Williams knocked out 3 times. She just doesn't want to pull me. I was waiting for it, but it never had to beats. I'm sad I didn't get the Rama though with my one. I had it in the right direction. He was just out of range with the dash. I think I played that exchange pretty well. It's just, yeah, no, it is what it is. Was this the build that won us game yesterday? No, this is Aspect build. It was a different build though. Same vein, but a bit different. Same idea with a frontline Apollo, but now that I have Aspect, it's very different because now I'm HP based. All my items have HP, and I have more ones.
Gank, gank, gank.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they definitely have a ward here.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
That's on me though. Fuck, man. I didn't expect an ult to sit in that fucking bush.
Gleaming shards.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
You still can't say shit. What is even happening, dude? It's just flying boars now. Pigs can fly.
Okay, okay.
Well, she got plugged, I believe, and then bored, but somehow also got knocked up. So she was just flying in the boar. I believe that is what happened. But it looked funny as shit. That was great. Now, what the fuck do I build?
Yield to its flow.
Attack the gold fury.
Let's go shifters. I still want damage, I really do.
Defend the fire giant.
But also, what's the point in having damage when my one doesn't scale with it, and that's kind of my only source of damage.
Your right tower is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant. Cancel that.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ew, corroding.
Attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain.
Brilliant job.
I'm so hot right now.
It's working out way too well for us.
Attack middle lane.
Worries.
Did not expect to get fire. I was very much expecting the Saf to have that in the back on this Kukulkan.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Too many towers up for us to end in this game, I think.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yes. I'll attack left lane.
Yes.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Your team has destroyed a left. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Gank. Enemies in right lane.
Have a blast. Be right back.
On my way.
Save yourself.
What was that?
Det här är ju inte bra. It is what it is.
Has
Unfortunate. He could have still gotten out. I missed him. He just had to keep running.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Be careful, right. Enemy spotted.
I'll take one of those.
Shifters here is just kind of, I don't know. I'm not really sure I like shifters here. But I have it now.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack the left tower. Group up.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Group up. Retreat. Loading.
Would have been some good poke if I hit it with the combine with Morgan.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Toward the fire giant.
Yes.
If you mess around impact of landing name, you can cancel. Not sure what you mean. Can we stop getting plucked?
Gleaming shards right there.
That's a bummer.
Gank.
Enemy spotted.
Group up. Attack.
Move like a jaguar. The rain shall wash them away.
Goodbye.
Attack fire giant.
Retreat.
Yes.
Just leech it if they come in.
Attack
I just had to zone the Kukulkan off of it. Do not want him to get close.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Rise with the sun's strength.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. Right enemy phoenix.
Yes!
Damn. Well, that sucks.
Completed.
Is my plan.
Yield to its flow.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ultimate is ready.
That'll come in handy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not reading chat too much in this one, guys. I'm really focused on making sure I'm not making mistakes.
Okay.
Why would you take 2 reds, you idiot? Fairly. Damn. Min-max and gone.
Rise with the sun's strength.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Attack! Left lane! Group up! Ew! Karoti!
Enemies in right lane.
On my way.
Lane.
Attack!
I can keep him here for a bit. My board glitched. Dude, my board went the other fucking way, man. What the fuck was that? That actually got me killed. Dude, I don't fucking believe it.
Save yourself!
Dude, what the fuck, man? Oh. That's so stupid. Rama beats though. That's incredibly tilting. Alright, after that, it's time that they remove the boar. Because what the fuck was that?
Okay.
Alright, I got 3 kit pots as well.
On my way.
Attack Fire Giant! Ew! Karoti! Ultimate is ready. Attack!
Completed.
Attack!
of mana.
Be careful.
Whatever, man.
Oh, easy run.
Why is Mori on the right side? I don't understand this. It's so tilting. We actually lose because of this.
Attack middle lane.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
No, he's gonna die now because that. That's so much damage.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming. Cancel that.
That's a bummer.
Dude, I'm actually somewhat tilted after those 2 deaths now. And I don't fucking tilt easily. That shit is incredibly tilting.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, that sucks. He's dead and left.
Ally has been slain.
Corrodi. Split push. Attack. Right lane.
Yes.
I'm not even gonna hold on to my ult. If I see anyone coming towards me and right, I'm just fucking out. We also reached the point where health isn't really gonna make a big difference. Not that protections would, but I'm pretty much gonna get a one-shot by anything.
Be careful middle. Woo! Split push.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Okay. I did it again.
Enemies right lane.
Okay. Attack.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left
Okay.
Phoenix.
I guess we're just kind of minimizing the damage.
Rain shall wash them away.
Fucking hell. Was doing some pretty good deep Phoenix damage too. Didn't think I was gonna do that much damage to it. It just sucks that I cannot deal with a... Well, I can deal with a Rama, but I would need to focus wholly on him.
Yes.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Yes.
Damn, we accusing Sav of stream sniping? I don't think he would do that.
Yes.
Attack the Gold Fury! Attack the Gold Fury! Enemy spotted!
Gank! The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack!
Enemy missing.
That's too bad.
Attack!
Giant.
Attack Fire Giant!
I really wanted to land a cuckoo.
Missing.
Kind of low on mana here.
Enemy ultimate down! Enemy spotted!
Enemies at the fire giant.
I've slain an enemy. Ooh.
Attack!
Also, an enemy has been slain. Your left feet is under attack. Ally has been slain. Thunderbolts of lightning.
Attack left lane.
Steady.
Attack the
Yeah.
Titan!
I'll defend left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Attack the Titan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take this wave. I have ult, just keep pushing.
Okay.
On my way.
Damn, I should have bought 2 3k points, or at least 1.
Cancel that. Attack Fire Giant! That's...
Your Titan is under attack.
Attack the Titan. By my ancestors.
Your team has destroyed a middle
Attack
enemy
Fire
Phoenix.
Giant. On my way!
These trespassers.
Attack Fire Giant! Ultimate is ready!
Ally has been slain.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
I mean,
Good game!
dude, this is the closest I've been to somewhat trash talking. I'm so close. What the fuck is happening in this game? I don't
Right
believe
Phoenix
this.
is under attack.
I don't believe how much that was just thrown. That's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. I wanna name names, guys. I wanna name names, but I'm gonna refrain.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Until we meet again.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh
Titan
man.
is under attack.
Was a fun game, but I'm really sad that we ended up losing this. This was ours, straight up. The amount of times that someone threw this game is a bit too crazy. But oh well.
Defeat.
Name the names. I'm not gonna name them. It's fine. I'm fine. Damn it, man. This was a good game, though. I think for me to test how this really feels, and I actually think this is good. I legitimately think this is good. Because you do function as a frontline. I can dash in and miss people and still get out, you know? That's great. Obviously, I don't want to do that in a late game team fight, but in like mid game team fights and stuff, I can easily get out after doing that. Or even ult in and mess, stuff like that. I like it. Do I want to keep playing it though? I don't know. I might want to give. I would imagine. I don't know. I haven't really watched the stream obviously because I'm streaming myself, but I would imagine that Nika wants to try it as well. So maybe I don't pick it for once, just so I can deal with it and see how it feels. Stop standing in my tornadoes, please. It was the best way, man. It was the best way for me to deal damage to you. What do you mean? You never ulted me, though. I was kind of hoping for it. You never wanted to do that. I'll ban Aladdin. I don't feel like playing it right now.
Select your god.
What do we want? I'll do a Thor game. Haven't played it in a while. Damn, I should have picked Kukulkan actually. I do feel like playing Kukulkan. Shit. Why did I pick Thor, man? Now I'm forced to play a tank? What is this bullshit? Why have I done this to myself? Well, I kind of gave the Apollo away in case someone else wanted to try it, but it looks like no one else gives a fucking shit. No one cares. Alright, fine. I'll play it again next game then. Fine. Don't worry. I'll do it again. Oh, there we go. But I doubt that's going to be an aspect Apollo. Maybe it is. It could work in ADC, I'm pretty sure. The only thing that sucks with it is that you're gonna end up lagging just a tiny bit of just natural attack speed, because I do think you just get more out of Audacity. You only get the attack speed buff on the one, I believe, if you hit a god or a jungle boss. So just clearing lanes will not help that. Even if you do get attack speed, in some cases. So like for brawling, it's probably okay. Well, it's good actually for brawling, but for lane clearing, you're gonna rely on your own. Like, I'm gonna be against Nika and Sav every single game. Surely I can win some of them. Surely. Surely just a few of them. Maybe if I lose enough, I can just end up being on their team. How about that? Maybe that's the way.
Greetings, child.
Greetings, child. I almost never beast in the last game, which is kind of awkward. Maybe I just try and go Sunder this game. Ah, fuck it. I'm still going beats. They still have knock-ups into a Wheelix. Not interested. Bluestone or Warriors? I think I'm leaning towards Warriors.
Drinking is for the halls.
And I'll do Runeforged. I like Runeforged on Thor. And I will not go full tank this game for sure. But because I do have Aspect, I obviously can't just go full damage either.
Have fun.
And into Hercules is going to be a terrible idea. Traditionally, this is not really a great matchup for me.
Have fun.
Thanks.
Damn. No Apollo Aspect. Unfortunate.
Minions have spawned.
Am I the only one in the world that enjoys the Aspect? Maybe. Fuck me, dude. How to cock yourself real fast. There you go. That's how you do it.
On my way. Attack. On my way.
That's all my pods are gone. Bye, pods. Did he shield though? Kind of forgot if he shielded.
My, aren't you impressive? Attack. Retreat.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under
Yeah, I'm just joking. I imagine a lot of people are excited about it. It's just, so far in my ranked games, I'm the only one who's played it. And now I leave it open so that others also can get a chance to play it, and no one picked it. I literally left it open for that person, like for that reason. I'll gladly play it again. But people said no, we don't want it. Keep it away from us. I heard all of them say it. Made it. I don't have anything yet. Sorry, I was trying to get level 4. I had nothing left.
Attack. Hi. Hi.
Just trying so desperately to hit level 4 so I could wall him off in some way. And he's level 5. Dude. What's with the XP lead? Is that just back camps? Surely not.
Be careful.
I'm just inting this game, I guess.
Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate is down. Your right tower is under attack. Retreat.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
Got a huge XP lead on me now. Just got 3 kills basically. I don't know what I did. I thought I was going to do more damage when I landed on him. And then I also didn't think he was just going to one-shot me, because I have fucking Warriors Axe, and what's the point if I have Warriors Axe if you're not tanky in the beginning?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and Nika is playing the most boring shit today. That's for sure. These lanes are not fun. It's actually just playing the most boring tanks to deal with.
Okay.
It's impressive. For someone who always whines about having to deal with them, it's surprising to see him play them only today. He must be bored. Which I can't really fault him for.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Ultimate is ready. Attack! On my way.
On my way.
Damn, Huntston.
Ally has been slain. Okay.
Pleased to
Okay.
make your acquaintance. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Pleased to make your
Your left tower.
Dude, this game is so cooked already.
Hello, hello. You're full HP.
Everyone is just done.
Pleased to
Oh, I'm
make
sorry if
your
that was loud,
acquaintance.
guys.
To make your acquaintance.
It was for me. Yeah, I'll probably have to go for the same thing. I think it is a pendulum ankle. I just wanted a little bit of tankiness with Runeforged. I'm so far behind.
If we're not F6 in this, I'm just leaving the game at 10, not gonna lie.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This fucking cancer kid is fucking toxic. We're not winning. 0 chances.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, I do agree. I don't think we had any chance of really winning this one.
Shut your mouth, bitch.
We're 3k down in 7 minutes. That's very impressive.
Your right tower is under attack. Ultimate down.
So both their ults.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Vista, amigo.
Ah, I thought he couldn't get past. That sucks.
Lane is not bad.
It's over. Like, the support is visiting me already at 8 minutes.
Yeah, push the wave, animal. Apart from Dean, Doxy, let's grief already as well. Let's go. Fucking dog. Yeah, I'm going left. I'm fucking staying away from you. Fucking bitch.
Billy is so bad.
Under attack.
Hey, Pinky, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
An enemy has been slain.
Mine is quite tragic today. Cannot win a single damn game.
Thanks.
Yeah, good luck in mid with that fucking bitch. She's fucking branded.
Retreat left lane.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemy spotted.
There you stream, thank you, man.
Retreat left lane. Okay, that's too bad.
Not really much to do for me here. I'm too far behind. He has 2 levels on me. Please F7. I don't want to be in this game, guys. I too want to surrender. You know what needs to be done for me to want to surrender at 10 minutes? This. This experience isn't fun. I would rather do something else. And the fact that I'm into Nika and Sav again doesn't help. Like, I can't play the game because of it too. Like, late game they just stick together and yeah. It don't matter. Not to mention, I mean, I think it's boring with the matchmaking. I've had the same teammates for like 3 games in a row. Like, it's getting boring, I think, when you always have the same teammates. Even if you win. I'll take some free wins here and there, but like, we're just against the same people and together with the same people every game. It is really boring when that happens.
Your middle tower is under attack. Hit the dirt. Batter up. Your right tower is under attack.
Coming back to mid? No problem, I live mid.
Please.
I want to surrender this. It's over.
The Pyroman has arrived.
Okay.
Yes! Attack left lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna F7.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Oh, you wrong team, I am sorry.
I fucked up early in this matchup, so I'm kinda just cooked.
That's too bad.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Stay away of me, you fucking bitch with AIDS.
Gank left lane.
Okay.
What, you like to smell the fucking Spanish ass or what? 24/7 in my fucking
Millions
ass,
following
fucking
him now.
asshole.
Smite ranked, boys. We'll love to see it.
Right tower is under attack.
It's an experience. That's something Smite can promise you in ranked.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Power. On my way.
I mean,
Your middle tower is under attack.
if I had mana though, this would have been rigged. It actually would have been
Problem,
really
this
good.
fucking Jamoya is pure talent. She's gonna carry.
Your right tower is under attack.
But the fact that I ran complete out of mana there was so bad. Rip my blue. I heard that shit get stolen. Dude, what's even good in terms of cooldown items on... I don't even know what to build. I feel like all items in this game suck right now. On the tank side of things. Yeah, the shell was good. Problem is I removed my wall at the same time. Otherwise, I actually might have survived. I removed my wall so I could get through it myself, but then shell was also applied. So, bit unfortunate. Still good. Good shell.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Got a man up.
Why is Shimojo here?
With the hive.
Like, I don't think this game is unwinnable completely,
Press fucking F6. Is it that hard?
but I am fully down to surrender just because the mood in here is just super doomer. Where's the positive vibes? They're dead. Murdered.
Enemy ultimate down!
Your middle tower.
And now Sav's gonna suck Nika's fat, gigantic asshole. Because he needs it.
Tower has been destroyed.
I can't even...
Your left tower
It's so boring, man. Get me out of this game. I don't want to play it anymore. No, we can't get kills because now there's hope, right? It's not even tilt, it's just I'm so bored. Like, we're not gonna win this game. People are mentally out of this game. And it's even more over if the Kukulkan is gonna gank me behind my fucking tier 1. You know?
On my way.
Like, it's lost its purpose. But fuck it, fine.
On my way. Yes!
Walk it off!
got a man up. Get left there. Your middle tower is under attack.
And we're all dead. Because now the rest of them showed up.
That is most unfortunate.
Yeah, I almost survived. I just sad I didn't get a single one of those kills because I could really fucking could have used it. Ooh. Damn. Like, what do I build in terms of damage here? Huh? Brawlers, I guess? I'll do brawlers. Why not?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't even need to press. Because no one's gonna... They're not gonna have 6 anyway. Might as well just fucking play it out. Like, Sav, this disgusting thing is on my blue buff on cooldown.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
At least we're doing good damage to Herc. Tanks don't exist, so there is that. But 1 kill would be really nice, I'm not gonna lie. I would like just a single kill.
Attack middle lane. Enemies behind us. Attack. Enemy has been slain.
Dude, this fucking dancer keeps showing up, man. Fucking hell. Oh, it always goes for me too. For some weird unknown reason. Oh. Nice. I'm in almost full tilt mode. But because I'm still getting XP, there is some very, very small glimmering hope.
Oh, easy roll.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Out of that left lane.
Today has been an experience, though. I'm sorry for this swearing, guys. It is mostly just meant in fun. I don't hate Sav. I don't hate Nika either.
Fury.
I like both of them. Sav is being a cunt this game, though. He does not need to be there for my blue buff on spawn. That's purely him just wanting to be an asshole, and he knows it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What is this?
Completed.
Enemy spotted. Gang.
On my way.
Enemies incoming left.
Retreat
Enemies in
left.
left.
Attack the fire giant.
Enemies incoming.
I'm not really tanky for this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack.
Retreat.
Cancel that.
Retreat.
Retreat. Retreat.
I mean, what are we doing with these calls too? We actually somewhat had a chance to get back into this game, and we're trying to do this. We're trying to win into Hercules Kukulkan. Dude,
I'll attack left.
we know that these two are cocksucking each other when they can. So Kukulkan and Herc are gonna fucking stick to each
Your
other like
team
glue.
has destroyed a right. The enemy team has destroyed the
They're
pyro.
right
Your
beside each
middle
other at all
tower has
times.
been destroyed. Your middle tower is under
And we're not
attack.
gonna, I think, out-secure a Herc and a Kukulkan on fire. We have to be lucky. In a case where I feel like we didn't have to take that risk. But maybe that's just the tilt speaking. Just not really a great call, I think. If you want to do that call, it's to kill Herc and just bait him in. And join him real fast and then get back out. And then maybe we can force something, but...
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
That is most unfortunate.
I'm just so far behind.
Yes. 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 Yes.
No.
There's no way she... Fuck. That's so fucking stupid. Minion diff. Actual minion diff. Well, and fire giant diff. There's also that. I couldn't have played that much better. I'm just too far behind.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
They gotta fight here.
Your titan is under attack.
Well, I'm glad we stuck around, boys. I'm glad we stuck around.
Your right tower is under attack.
Actually, Neeman is a good call. I'm going Neeman next.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack.
See with the point, dude. Okay, and she's there. This game is just not fun. It's just not fun, man. I do feel bad for Meyer, because Meyer's playing this game really well. But I'm just mentally out of this one.
Your titan is under attack.
I'm so mentally out. I don't think they end yet, though.
Your titan is under attack.
Dude, this so low is actually unfair. We gotta one of them, please.
Enemy has been slain.
Apollo has ult soon as well. I just saw him beats.
Double kill.
Attack the
You got
fire giant.
thunderstruck.
Maybe there's a chance, boys. There, I hope that there's a chance.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Be right back.
Guess I'll take it. Don't think I should be the one with it though.
Be right back.
Gonna try and get 20. Dropping a lot of frames? Really? I don't see anything on my end. It looks completely fine on my end, so I'm assuming it's Twitch and not me. Can you hear me fine, or is it the... Yeah, because it looks like there's no issue on my end, at least from what I can see.
Be careful, right?
Scream simply delight. Oh, you move like a cat. Oh, they hit like a baby.
Your team has
Dude, what's the fucking cooldown on that shit? Her 2 feels like it has no cooldown. Damn, man, I wish I had my 2 items here.
Your left
I win if I have Nemean. And Sap just hits both too.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire
We
giant.
got a Phoenix in mid, but we'll see if we can even get up in time. I doubt it. Our 2 best damage dealers are just out. Well, I guess not best necessarily, but 2 of our damage dealers are out. I thought I could actually take her in the 1v1, which is why I stayed. I could have just ulted out if I couldn't.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
That's too bad.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Shields. Shields, shields upon shields.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. An ally has left the game. Your titan is under attack.
Fun.
That's too bad.
Back to Apollo. Tanks your shit.
Defeat.
Yeah, about 6 seconds, and then she has that boomerang as well. Yeah, she can basically do it twice, which is also what it felt like. Oddly enough, I did think we had a chance in this game if we just didn't like lose everywhere early on. I think every lane just kind of fucked up and died early and gave really dumb leads. I kept dying for no reason. I fucked up really badly in my early game. I haven't played Thor in a while, and especially not into Hercules, so I heavily underestimated the damage he was doing to me. It has never changed. Dude, stop making me why am I first pick? I'm not that high as R. Dude, isn't Sap fucking like 6k again or some shit? Why am I first pick? I'm not even above 5k anymore because I'm on a gigantic fucking losing streak. I'm fucking picking the Kukulkan. Yeah, I don't really think people care too much about the extra losing rewards, to be honest, if they're tilted enough.
Select your god.
I didn't enjoy anything in this game, Zav. You stealing my blues on cooldown, running behind my tower, ganking. Like, my teammates screaming at each other that whole game. Like, that might be the most unenjoyable Smite game I've had in a long fucking time. That game had everything in the unenjoyable department. It checked the whole list. If I wasn't streaming, I would have crashed the fuck out and potentially quit on the spot. It's Jover. I am so fucking tilted. It's actually insane. And I'm tired of this queue being the same. I'm tired of having the same teammates. I'm tired of being the same fucking against the same enemies. Like, what the fuck is happening, man? Is the game that dead? Yes, I know the answer to this, but it's always the same. It's so boring. The mental is gone. Absolutely crushed. I mean, that part of me is joking, but I am definitely more tilted than I have been in a long time. That game was just so unenjoyable. And for once, I was trying to surrender every time as well. At least this lane should be more fun, because I'm not against a fucking tank. Building full tank. Well, not full tank, but just boring frontliners that are practically unkillable until late game. I will say I would much rather deal with Herc than Sobek, though. Sobek is just fucking boring. Straight up one of the most boring matchups you could possibly ever meet. Hercules, I'll take. I don't really want to get too mad at that. Because he is very killable. And overall not that good. I just played like shit. Question is what I built here, though. Because I don't think I go beats. Do I? Or is it just the shell situation? No, I think I go Aegis, because the snipes are possibly my biggest worry going into late game. So screw it.
Dance your heart out.
Yeah, no, I feel the same. Like, if my enjoyment of Smite and the impact it has had on my life, you know, with the launch tournament, and I don't know, I'm not the type of person who goes like, it saved my life. It definitely didn't. But Smite as a game helped me a lot in a very, very rough period of my life during my, during the launch tournament type years, in that vein. So I do appreciate the game a lot. I can't ever really hate it, but my fucking god, have I not enjoyed it to the same extent for a little while. The metas have been on and off. On and off, not great right now. And obviously that's the whole thing with gods being released at a lot slower rate now. Which just also makes the game very stale, very quick. Like, a new god comes out, you play it for a few days, or you're kind of tired of it again. You know? It gets stale very, very fast.
Oops. Be careful.
Enemy missing right.
Bye.
That's too bad.
Yes.
Fucking hell. Didn't kill a single creep with that ability.
has been slain.
Completed. Be careful, Red.
Yeah, I think Raw Snipe is more scary to me. Like, if it's on someone who knows how to snipe, then yes. Because that's just gonna one-shot me. Someone being on top of me with a boar isn't really that scary to me in Kukulkan. I have a dash to get away, and I have the NATO to place on top of myself for self-defense. That doesn't worry me that much. If anything, I want them to do that late game.
On my way.
It's the best way for me to put all my damage out.
Be careful, right.
But Rush Snipe is something that I can't necessarily react to if it's placed well. And it's just gonna put me in a situation where I might die before I get a chance to even react, you know? That's the worst part about it.
Okay, wait.
No problem.
I am let down.
I need the jungle buff.
Yes.
Oh, he's good. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Saf just running the game again.
And the rain shall wash them away. Come closer.
These fucking creeps, man. One day they'll be fixed,
Your middle
surely.
tower is under
Iris.
attack.
Let's get book. Yeah, but if Gep gets close enough to combo me and I know Ra is nearby, I will Aegis it. And realistically, if Gep is close enough to me for me to, like, in an actual team fight, I'm out of position, you know? Then I fucked up. Because he shouldn't be. Sometimes you can just get caught, you know, that happens. But on an average, if that happens more than once, you know, like, I'm just out of position. Plain and simple.
I have returned.
Down.
He just wins the clear at the moment, so can't really do much about it. He's gonna get that Warhorn.
That's too bad.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing. Be careful
Like a
left.
jaguar. Good game. Ooh.
Oh, don't want to take any damage. Screw it. I don't think I need my Aegis for now anyway.
Ally has been slain.
Damn it.
You are fabuloso. Out of mana. Have fun. Awesome.
Gaze
Your left tower is under attack.
Awesome.
Okay, okay, okay.
Vista, amigo.
I don't know how I didn't get that, and there was a random fucking leg spike in the middle of that little fight as well.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh man. Smite is just fucking cooked. Why will... Oh, the server's lacking as well. How am I all only doing 300 damage? 500... Dude, there's no way you're telling me this fucking buff has like 200 fucking protections? How is it not doing more than 300?
Your right tower is
The
under
mental
attack.
is in the fucking gutter. I think good positioning is what like really defines like a really good player. I think it's why Sab is arguably the best player in the world. It's because he's the best at positioning. He's never out of position. He's so rarely out of position, I should say. Happens at times, you know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bye.
I think I might just have to sit in tower as well, because we don't really have any kill potential on a Ra with Nemesis in the jungle.
Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful.
Enemy
Be careful.
spotted.
Retreat.
Hi. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
We're just so split.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Just farming some player damage.
Wait. Okay.
An ally has left the game. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he just rage quit because someone took his speed, right? I don't think this guy's coming back. Like, right. I mean, this is also rough. Him already having a bad game and then someone taking his speed. Yeah. Like, we can't even surrender before 10, can we? Yeah. I mean, it's just Jover.
Bye. The rain shall wash them away. Come closer.
The pyromancer has arrived. That's too bad. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oops.
Awesome.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay. Okay.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Come closer. Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
Like a vegetarian.
Guess my ult just doesn't do any damage. I know I'm not leveling it for now, but that's so tragic. I actually thought that was gonna end up being good.
Somebody's gonna pay for all those boobs.
Yeah, we have 6 the first time here, so maybe we'll lose. But whatever.
Your right tower is under attack.
At this point, it doesn't even matter. I don't care about my SR at this point. I've lost so much today that it doesn't even matter to me. I do think this is my last game though, either way, because I gotta go make some dinner, but I just hate how... I don't know, I don't even think I'm gonna upload this VOD to the YouTube, because I don't think I've been in the mood to be... I don't know, some people might enjoy it, I guess, but I don't like just being pissed throughout the whole stream, which is kind of what's been happening today.
Wash them away.
I won 1 game, and that was my very first game of the day, and I played fucking Aphrodite. I will upload the VOD because the Apollo games, like with Apollo Aspect and all that stuff, is obviously in this stream.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I'll attack right lane. That's unfortunate.
What's even the point? Why the fuck did I go ages to not press it? I was stuck in an animation though, but still. That's just terrible. I should have had him. Not that I think it matters. He has this cancerous build that I don't think I can really deal with. People can leave now though, if they want to.
Your right tower is under attack. Your
Without
left
any penalty.
tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate.
So if people really want to leave, they can.
Your right tower is under attack.
I do think that is an interesting mechanic.
Has left the game.
Later.
left tower
What
is
a
under
bash that
attack.
was.
And I fully get it why people would leave.
Your left
I tried to
tower
surrender this time.
destroyed.
Completed.
I think it makes sense. Like, we should surrender. I tried. Or rather, I didn't even get to press.
Horrific. And the rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Darn it.
I gotta try to look for 1 solo kill here, though. Just 1.
Oh, my horrific.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. A beat.
No, man! Dude, look at that shit. How can you think to yourself, I'm doing a good job if you're building Shell and Bloodbound Book? Do you need that much help? Mister. Fuck, man. 50% health shield. My god.
Yes. I'll attack.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack. Flash alert.
Yeah, I think people would exploit this otherwise. We'll see, though. Like, I can tell after if I lose SR. I'm pretty sure I will. I don't think the system would make sense otherwise.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Nice.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
That's unfortunate.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why are we doing my waves though? Go do your own.
Darn it. Later.
Bye, yes.
Defeat.
I lied. I'm gonna do one last game. I do think people should lose SR, like for a case like this. Otherwise, yes, people, like as Killjoy is saying, people just abuse it, which they used to do. There was, I forgot what exactly the case was in Smite 1, but there was a case where you could abuse not losing SR. I missed the Season 11 map. I think the Smite 2 map is dog shit. It's always been the case. And I fear they just keep making it worse. We haven't gotten a change, like map change in a little while now, but I cannot stress how much I hate the teleporters on the sides. Or in the corners of the map. I just don't think they make any sense. I truly think it's the worst thing they've ever added to Smite, but I also left, you know, for a long time, so I'm sure that's been of something worse, but to me at least, that's the worst. They don't make any sense to me. I think they just like, I know they want to incentivize fighting, but I think this is the wrong way to go about it. I'll do one game out of spite. I'm just hate playing now. I don't even want to play. I don't need to check how much SR I've lost though. I would guess I'm like 4,800 or something like that now. Yep, that's exactly the case. I just can't believe I'm still top pick. The matchmaking also doesn't make sense. I'm not that high SR. I'm still meeting two people that have the same SR, if not way more. I think another thing they could do to potentially fix SR a bit is that duo queues cannot duo queue unless they're in the within the same range. Because I still think it's so fucking bad. Let me just check. Yeah, Sav is 6.5. Nika is 5.3. And I'm not even 5k. That doesn't make any sense to me, man. It doesn't. Not even a little bit. And I think that's just a bad result of them not capping SR. Because for some reason it's just uncapped. Yeah, I didn't play much in Season 5 and 4, so I can't really tell much about that. I know there was something in Season 11 for a little while that you could abuse really badly. And just not lose SR. I think it was just like leaving early, because I think whoever left didn't lose anything. It was something like that. It was something really stupid. So people would just leave early and then surrender, and no one would lose anything. Yeah, any healthy playbase can work. I do agree. At least I'm not top pick anymore, but this is basically still just the same thing. Pretty sure we're still just gonna end up in the same situation. And I'm not gonna try hard. Well, no Apollo for me, which is a bit unfortunate. Just go back to playing Kukulkan or some shit.
Select your god.
I'm not changing the plan. Now I just want to play Kukulkan. I might take a break from Smite, guys. I'll see how I feel tomorrow, but right now I'm at an all-time low. It is definitely because today has been really fucking bad. But I'm not feeling it right now. Everything is just bad today. The only good thing is the Apollo aspect. The Apollo, I like it a lot. I do think it's very fun. But combine everything with matchmaking to being on the same teams, against the same teams. Like, shielding being fucking annoying to deal with every single game. People running Bloodbound Book and Shell literally every game because that's the only thing that makes sense because it's broken. It's so fucking boring. I hate it. This meta right now for me is as boring as when everyone built fucking Erendite and Stampede in the same game. It was so unenjoyable. It's just so based around shielding, it's so boring. Like, it doesn't take skill. You just press the button and suddenly you're not dying. Skill is secondary in this meta. Doesn't fucking matter if you outplay someone, they just fucking shell, and if you don't have it, you're gonna die. Which is me this game, because I'm not gonna go shell. I'm done. No more shell. Well, I'll do it into Odin's, because that feels more like a necessity. I'm still kind of thinking though, do I actually go for this? Like, what am I against? Just on her? No, I'm not. He's not solo. This guy, what? The Acne is solo. I'll do Aegis. Whatever. The only scary thing here against them, I think, is the Baron when I don't have beats. But honestly, in most cases into Baron, beats don't help shit anyway if the Baron knows what he's doing. Like, if you're close enough to the Baron, like, beats doesn't last long enough to get out of the Baron ult anyway. I'd rather just Aegis it, immune the damage, and try and get out. I'm gonna get Neath ulted this game, I can already feel it.
Minions have spawned.
Alright. I'm gonna try and focus up. Get a clean slate. Mental reset. Because for once there's an actual change. I'm no longer against the same people. In lane at least. Ah, fucked up. I actually made it so he didn't miss any creeps. I should have just waited hitting any of the creeps. You get food, nice man. I don't, but I'm looking forward to my dinner. I don't know what it is though. Probably just some leftovers from the freezer. But still. I'm just kinda hungry.
Enemy spotted. Sorry. Your right tower is under attack.
My buff. Close.
Enemy missing.
And if anyone's somewhat sad about me saying that I might not play much, probably don't think too hard on it. It more than likely is just the current state of my mindset that is talking. I'll probably just keep on going as usual. Like, if I'm not having fun, I'll just not play. Like, that's it. I'll try not to burn out in the game. But today I remain, like, annoyed for today, because today has just not been fun.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine everyone pretty much goes through it from time to time, but still. I just want to make it clear. Like, I don't have any plans to actually quit. I still enjoy Smite quite a bit. But as usual, I'll take breaks here and there, like in terms of streaming at least. Like, I'll definitely play the game. I generally play it every day in some way, shape, or form. Maybe I'll just do one casual and just call it at that, because I don't feel it as much. Then other days I'll stream for like 5 hours, you know? Like today. Because I do enjoy it. But I'm also kind of fucking bored of it. I think it just backed.
Be careful left. Fire.
Enemy ultimate down.
Serpent swift.
That's too bad.
That's unfortunate.
Ultimate is ready.
If you caught the dash, it was killable, but whatever.
Down.
Be careful middle.
Oddly enough, I do like Ganesh quite a bit.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
I gotta be a bit more careful. Eventually, this Agni is gonna fucking two-shot me. I gotta be a bit more careful than this.
You are fabuloso.
Down.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
There it is.
Slain. It's too bad.
I knew it was gonna happen. I tried to kill the creeps before it did. So at least he couldn't just dive me. Didn't matter. Unmissable
Enemy
Agni
team
stun.
has destroyed the Gold Fury.
But I still imagine this will be about the
Your
same
right
outcome.
tower is under attack.
Like 7 Nika are just gonna run the game again once we get to mid game and late game, I think.
Attack. Your right tower is under attack.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Nice. I'll get him later, don't worry. I just need like 5 items first. Then I'll be able to kill the Agni.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't fully shake my tilt. I can still feel it. I'm having a hard time taking it fully serious. But I'm gonna do my best. Because I definitely don't want to get soloed by a random Agni again.
Ultimate is down.
Down.
Attack left lane.
It's just back. The fucking
Be careful middle.
Pele is gonna be
Your
round
left
2.
tower
Don't want
is
to back though.
under attack.
Not yet.
Be careful.
Serpent swift.
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. Gang left. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing right.
Gonna take a risk.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Shut down! Jeez! Thanks.
Okay, paid off. I've kind of fucked up in the beginning though. Was going for that Pele.
Yes. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Right. I'm actually gonna grab some little boar right now. Because when he dashes away, if I can actually follow him when I win trades, I should just be able to kill him.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. Place a wall for teleport.
Attack!
It's so boring, man! I hate Zap today, with an actual passion. Every time this man is in my games now, he just fucking ruins it for me. In one way, shape, or form. Actually get... Fuck, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
I want to report Zev. Sav is arguably the biggest reason why I'm so tilted today. Everything he does pisses me off, man.
Is under attack. Your middle tower
Everything.
is under attack.
It always gets in the way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, I feel like a Scooby-Doo villain, and he's fucking Scooby-Doo. Like, it would be fine if it wasn't for that meddling asshole Sav.
I'll attack!
I'll get him eventually.
Slay! An enemy has been slain. On my way.
Just fucking runs away.
The rain shall wash them away.
Hell, getting Polly though is gonna help me a lot.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I really do need Polly.
Your right tower is under attack.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Swiftness.
I'm gonna lose this tower at any point now anyway. I'm just gonna let it go.
Your right tower is under attack. The pirate attack right lane. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted. Attack. Nature calls.
Okay, man.
So sad.
That's too bad.
I'm losing my mind. Oh no, he dies! No!
Ally has been slain.
Missed the stationary target. I am going insane today. I can't really call my VOD the same thing though. The last VOD I put out, I literally called I'm going insane. Because yesterday was just as stupid as today. No, today takes the cake, but... Does he have the same thing? Why does he have so much HP all of a sudden? He doesn't.
Vista, amigo.
I'll attack right. Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I definitely felt my lack of damage there, but the extra added HP is also kind of the reason why I survived.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing.
Oh, Maya Riffy.
I wish I could help out.
Strong team.
Swiftness. Down.
When I get Polly, I'll feel a lot more confident in fighting him. Because I'll actually have a damage output outside of just my two abilities. Should pause if you're on edge. This is my last game anyway. I want to one more hate game. I felt like it. But I gotta leave after this one, either way. I took the risk of maybe getting in a better mood by maybe getting a last win. Because I was in a shit mood anyway.
Enemy missing right.
You're welcome. Enemy has been slain.
Tail feather.
The rain shall wash them away. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Swiftness.
Fuel for the fire.
He still has ult. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Oh.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
It does suck though. This actually would have been an insanely good fight for us if Thor just removed his wall when Sobek tried to block Neath. I don't know why people don't remove the wall instantly after they stun, so they don't also block their fucking allies.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think I would have died regardless of the Neath ult. Him taking the kill is honestly fine. Like, the fact that he's not giving it to his teammates I think is irrelevant, honestly. Because he doesn't really need that to be useful. Like, he's already fed us to absolute hell. The fact that he doesn't give that to Agni is good for me. Because right now I can still take advantage of Agni. Oh, I didn't realize my blue was still up. Rip the XP I could have gotten out of that.
Gank!
Enemy missing right.
Ally has been slain. Very good.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat.
Small wins though. I got the Agni there. Oops. Didn't mean to press my 2. I actually got a lot of XP for that too. Was that a shutdown? No, it can't have been. Just gotta keep farming. I'm still Kukulkan going into late game. I'll be there.
Enemy spotted.
Uh-oh. We really just walked in here. I'm doing so much damage in right here, but
Enemy has been slain.
alright, there we go. Thor got both. That's great. Alright, when Thor was able to pick up the 2 kills, I worked hard for there, but yeah, that's still just unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Retreat!
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Pretty sure they're still on fire.
careful left.
No? Okay. Great. I guess I should
On
word it
my
then.
way.
Ally has been slain.
Serpent swiftness.
The rain shall wash them away.
Gank.
Damn.
Attack. Your left tower is under attack. Retreat.
An enemy has been slain. Will raise
On my way.
He's so low. They're all so low.
Your left tower is under attack.
I feel like they're just getting away with absolutely criminal shit in this game. I'm definitely gonna go Bloodbound Book. I said I wasn't gonna go Shields. I actually just need it. I actually needed this game.
Your left
Save
tower
me,
is
Broken
under
Shields. Save me. Do you play Chuck? I do. I just haven't played it much like recently. Like, I'm still top damage in this game. I'm just not getting much for the kills I'm working for. In this.
On my way. Enemies in middle lane.
Okay, not on it just yet.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Okay.
Retreat. Retreat.
We're not going in then. We're giving way too much fucking respect to Sav there for just backflipping in front of us.
Rupa. Be careful.
Surprised they didn't ult me there,
On my way.
honestly. Pretty sure I die if he ults me and Acne just dashes me. I had already accepted my fate. I ages late as well, it was fantastic. It was just a terrible all-around situation. No, I don't know the full map TP tech. But it doesn't sound very intended.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Fabuloso!
Attack the Titan! Attack the Titan! On my way! Your team has destroyed a little enemy base.
Damn, we just missed everything. That's crazy.
Yes. Storm strikes.
On my way!
Aries Gamer, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I'm sorry for reading your entire book here, Tuna. Really focus on this game. So I'm not too sure what you've been talking about outside of the chat TV.
The rain shall wash them away!
Rough.
Your
Missed a
team
few
has
things.
Destroyed a right enemy tower. Destroyed a right enemy tower. Yes.
We got the Phoenix, but that's not really worth it. Unless they don't get anything eventually, but we just lose fire on 2 people now. I just followed the call, but at least we did get it. That would have been horrendous if we didn't. I also pressed the wrong thing. I pressed the boar instead of my book. Not that I think it would have made any difference. Yeah, I played the Apollo aspect already, Aries Gamer. A bit early in my stream.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Be careful.
But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself too. No worries, I don't mind you typing either, it's just I have a hard time reading all of it when I'm also focusing on the game. Yeah, have a good night, Aries Gamer. Thank you for the raid. Guess I'll yoink this.
Sorry.
Completed.
it.
Retreat!
While I absolutely hate the boar, because I think it just, you know, it encourages bad plays, which is kind of what I'm running around doing. I do like the fact that I can be aggressive as a mage and still get out. I do think that part is nice and pretty cool.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Enemy ultimate down! Retreat! Retreat!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm really trying to just zone them in. But oh well. I hit someone.
Need healing!
Not sure who though. I think it was the Pele. Didn't really feel like it did a whole lot of damage. And while I don't know what, I kind of almost wish that they gave Kukulkan something to his ultimate that made it more useful in general.
Destroyed the fire tower. Good game.
Nice. Can actually end on a win. Clean.
Spectacular.
Victory.
Yeah, that's enough smite for me for today, man. I'm gonna stop while I actually end on a win. Fuck me, man. Turns out all I needed was the Kukulkan. Not true, because I lost beforehand, but still. I'm so exhausted. I will say, the Apollo aspect is very fun. I have absolutely zero regrets playing this. I thought it was fun. And I will definitely play around with it a lot more. Like, I essentially tested it against some of the best players in EU, and, well, arguably the best players in EU with Sab and Nika. And at least it seemed to work somewhat well into them too. It was functional, let's put it that way. So, it was very fun. I had a good time. I do apologize if my somewhat bad mood, you know, made the stream less enjoyable, but I appreciate you guys stopping by as usual, regardless. So, thank you for that. And yeah, I will see you guys next time. Bye.